0. Just that one score from Canada to come in. It won't challenge for the top. So the winners of the day today for Austria, and well ahead, may I add, ahead of the second round, it is Flora Maurer and Larissa Jobstil, who will be quite difficult to beat. Then second place, Leah Maeder and Lina Nymphenegger for Switzerland, 7.531. Third place, Felix Wöhe and Greta Helene Liebig for Germany, 7.505. Evie and Millie Jessett for Great Britain just behind, 7.500. And just behind them, Julia Alber and Eva Kurin for Austria. So second to fifth, there could be some big changes in the final round. Score for Canada not quite through yet. The next competition we will have is the junior individual male free tests, which is, I believe, due to start in just 1 minute. Might be a little bit longer by the time the arena is prepared. So just hold on tight, and it will soon be time for that junior male individual first round free test.
Kann sich nur noch Stunden handeln. Unsere Rechenstelle arbeitet auf Hochtouren. Wir warten auf die letzten scores. We are waiting for the last scores in order to be able to tell you who is taking the lead, the second and the third position after this freestyle of the junior pas de deux. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the next competition, I can tell you the results from this one. In the lead, we have the pas de deux from Austria, Flora Maurer and Larissa Jobstil. Second place, Leah Maeder and Lena Nymphenegger, Switzerland. And third place for Germany, Felix Wöhe and Greta Helene Liebig.
And we are ready to move on with the FEI World Championships for junior and young vaulters in the individual male competition. Before we do that final pas de deux from Canada, Autumn Southern and Bekalu Caleb coming in 8th place in the pas de deux competition today, 6.571. On to the junior males now, and Henry Frischmuth will open the competition with Captain Klaus OLD and Gisa Burig. This trio had an excellent compulsory test yesterday. They opened the full competition yesterday morning, scoring an 8.286, lying just in the lead. Today it is the free tests for the junior males. which will be combined with the compulsory score to find the leader after round 1 and decide the starting order, which will be in reverse for the final round, which is tomorrow afternoon. Difficult, clean and smooth start. Already moving through the various structure groups, showing his flexibility. Wow, massive swan dive, beautifully executed. Big ground jump, boosting both the artistic and the difficulty. Great use of the horse space, interesting in the jump. Super high finish. What a start from Henry Frischmuth and Captain Klaus OLD, and Gisa Burig was smooth, beautiful, creative, and will set a tough score for the other males to match. It should score highly in the degree of difficulty. 10 exercises counting in this competition. The difference from this to the pas de deux is that there are the option to include risk exercises within the individual free test, and that boosts the difficulty score. Performance-wise, barely a performance fault within that free test, and artistically very well put together. And we will stay with Germany. Luca Fuchslocher with Adi Anthem van 12 Oaks and Ruth Jukstock. Luca in 4th place after the compulsory test yesterday. Similarly to the pas de deux, it is 25% of the score is for the horse. Dianthem scoring well yesterday, around about a 7.4, which was on the higher end within this male individual competition. Another big mount into the lower arm stand. Not quite held when he was in it. Huge ground jump back up into the shoulder stand. Really neat. Once again, moving well on the back of the horse. Just hesitating a little before this inside stand. Another really big ground jump. powerful, difficult exercises. It's not fluid within the cartwheel, gaining some performance faults. Huge dismount, touching the ground just with the hands on the landing, a real shame. And it takes an extra 0.2 from the performance score. Now that was another powerful routine. Not as smooth as we saw from Henry Frischmuth. And with more performance faults. But if that was to go very well another day, it could really boost the score for Lukas Fuchslocher of Germany at the anthem. Van 12 Oaks and Ruth Jukstock. Now the score is already in for Henry Frischmuth for the free test. It is an 8.995. Terribly difficult score for any of the following competitors to beat, but with potential to beat or match it. Still staying with Germany, the next competitor is Lukas Heitmann with Kleiner Onkel, TOLD, and Sven Henze. Lukas Heitmann in the second place after the compulsory test, 8.100, wasn't too far behind teammate Henry Frischmuth. And he is no stranger now to high-level competition. He took home the silver medal at the World Championships 2 years ago, and indeed at the European Championships last year. Really showing some flexibility already. Oh, a huge jump turn. Incredibly difficult, exceptionally executed. Oh, another beautiful, captivating free test from Lukas Heitmann. If anyone was going to challenge that score from Henry Frischmuth, Lukas most certainly has. Completely enthralling in a totally different way. We didn't see the same level of powerful ground jumps, but he had plenty power on top of the horse, including flexibility, and for me, a little bit more artistry engagement with the music and musical interpretation. This is a competition that just keeps on giving. And the free test score for Lukas Fuchslocher is a 7.791. And that takes him overall into the second place so far behind Henry Frischmuth. Henry Frischmuth has a total score for Germany after round one of 8.641. And moving on to the USA, Larry Markegaard with Charming 45 and Anke Garanau. Larry in the 15th place after the compulsory test on a score of 6.066. Just sliding out of the turn slightly there, but getting both dynamic and static exercises in. Charming just appearing for our angle to maybe be a little bit more challenging to vault on. Just sliding off the side after that jump. We already saw him a little out of balance going into it. He will get on and continue the test. He did land on his feet. We're 1 point off the final performance score. And just receiving the bell as well at the end of the free test there. An unfortunate round there for Larry Markegard from the USA. Definitely evidence of Charming 45 struggling a little bit, giving him more energy to the performance than Larry most probably would have liked. Charming, Anke Granau and Larry Markegard for the USA. That bell incurring a 1 point deduction from the artistic score, the fall, a 1 point from the performance.
Schwenkt die Flaggen für Josef Schellnegger. Kommt mit Pennon Sleeve Pignon, vorgestellt von Nicole Obermeier.
And now to the first of the Austrian males in this competition. Josef Schnelliger with Pennon's Sleeve Binion and Nicole Obermeier. He sits in the 12th place after the compulsory round, 6.507. Outside mount giving both difficulty and artistry. into his artistic concept. Perhaps just a little loss of balance coming out of the jump. Lots of dynamic exercises built in, and the cartwheel to finish. Great landing. A super neat performance for Josef Schnellnegger. Pennens Schlieve Binien and Nicole Obermeier for Austria. Some nice artistic in there. A good level of difficulty, not as high as we saw from some of the German males, and a little bit less in terms of the creative transitions, but very enjoyable. A great use of the music for Josef Schnellnegger. And the score there for Lucas Heitmann for Germany in today's free test, an 8.755. And that takes him to a round one score of 8.428, just in behind Henry Frischmuth, who is in the lead, 8.641. The USA's Larry Markegard into the fourth place so far. 3.753. However, it does look as if one of the scores has not yet fully come in. And moving to Canada now, Daniel Klotz-Dodora with Lavallino and Klaus Heidacher. Just a small error in the compulsories sees Daniel in 6th place at the moment. 7.423. However, with 2 free tests yet to compete and the final round worth 60%, plenty of room for movement within the rankings. Working nicely already with the music. Big jump, really well executed and landed. Great use of the full body so far from an artistic point of view. Just coming out of the needle a little bit prematurely after taking that arm off. Big ground jumps again, boosting both the difficulty and the artistry. A superb finish for Canadian Daniel Klotz-Dodora. What a freestyle. Very well executed. That one moment after the needle where the flow just lost a little bit. Now, apart from that, it was packed full of goodness, some really great work with the music. He had the power in those big ground jumps. He had the variety of exercises and certainly the difficulty. Performance-wise too, super clean barring that one piece. That'll be a nice score to come in for Canada. What a freestyle.
We now have a
Daniel Klotz de Dora with Lavalino
since the number 7 is not going to compete.
and Klaus Heidacher.
We will start at 1:43 sharp.
Now, the next vaulter should have been from the USA, Josh Kinsey. However, he will not compete. So we will have a short break before we continue with competition at 13:43. So just 3 minutes to bring you up to date with the scores so far. Henry Frischmuth with the lead after his huge free test, which scored an 8.995 with a total round 1 score 8.641. Josef Schellnegger from Austria has a freestyle score of the day 7.189 and a total score 6.848, taking him into the 4th place in the competition so far. Daniel Klotz de Dora's score yet to come in, and 10 athletes to come after we restart. In yesterday's compulsory round, Jan Stelahaegi of Italy was in equal second with Lucas Heitmann. He is still to come, along with teammate Atori Arena, who was in 5th place yesterday.
Let's make a short check of the people here in the arena, because there are several nations going to compete in this competition, and we want to know how many fans of the nations are in here in Stadelbauer. So let's make a short check and see where are the friends from Italy. Bella Italia!
People.
And that was the music box there.
Make some noise, yes.
The speakers and announcers working very hard for the competitors, as well as all the FEI stewards and volunteers who are making this competition possible here at the Horse Centre in Stadelpaura. It is an excellent venue with 30 hectares of area for the horses. Equestrianism dates back for over 200 years here in Stadelpaura. It is currently Austria's largest horse centre. And the championships here taking place thanks to Christian Kermer and his Breitenfurt Vaulting Club, based in Lower Austria. They're hosting this championships after successfully running the European and World Championships in Erbrechtsdorf in 2013 and 2017. And I can give you the score for Daniel Klotz de Dora from Canada. The free test score today, 8.390, the 3rd best free test so far. He goes into the 3rd place, 7.907 ahead of Luca Fuchslocher. And we continue the competition with Italy, Ettore Arena, Filon and Kevin Munus. Ettore in the 5th place after round 1, the compulsories. Nicely creative start. Sliding a little out of the inside ground jump. Group stand to build difficulty, holding it maybe just. And adding in the big, powerful ground jumps. Quite holding the lever. A brilliant free cartwheel to finish. Ettore Arena for Italy. Filon and Kevin Monius. Another well-performed free test. Two small areas to lose a few performance faults, one coming up from the ground jump, the other in that outward facing lever hold. Difficulty just slightly below the top athletes we've seen so far. It worked really, really well with the music in the beginning, with full body, and I feel as it moved through, we just saw a little bit less from the artistry. The next competitor for Austria, Jakob Beischer, with Sognato and Dagmar Miksche. Jakob in the 11th place after the compulsory test, 6.557. Captain Klaus for Henry Frischmuth, lunged by Gisa Burig, the top scoring horse of this competition so far, with an average of at least a 7.9, perhaps even an 8. A very cheery start for Jakob Beischer. Really getting into his character, Mr. Bean. Bit of a boost of the difficulty with the ground jump to shoulder stand. Losing tension just slightly in the lower arm stand. Ooh. Just managing to make the dismount. I'm not sure what was supposed to happen at the end there, but it was quite fitting with the rest of the routine. It was a very enjoyable watch from Jakob Beischer for Austria, with Sognato and Dagmar Milche. A very fun presentation. It won't score as high in terms of difficulty, performance, or artistic as some of the other men, but certainly the crowd here in Stadl very much enjoying that performance, and it was very, very clean.
He will be presented by Nelson Alcides Vidoni. We will see Jan Stellahegi from Italy. A short and friendly reminder for our spectators. Please stay seated while the vaulters are in the arena, and also keep the flashlights away when you take photos or videos. Thank you.
Each competitor here has a specific start time, so they will not enter the ring until their time. So we have just a pause of a minute before Jan Stellahegi will enter for Italy.
That is the bell. So ladies and gentlemen, please bring it up for Jan Stellahegi from Italy.
With a Monaco France 4 and Nelson Alcides Vidoni. Jan currently in the second equal place after the compulsory test. He shared that spot with Lucas Heitmann, both on 8.100. Lucas with a huge freestyle score, very well performed artistic routine, gaining him an 8.755. Jan will be hoping for something similar in order to remain in touch of the two German males who currently sit at the top of the table. Jan competing here also with the Italian junior squad. Nice, gentle and controlled start. Beautiful flexibility. So smooth. Really nice movement along the horse and a good finish for Jan Stellahegi for Italy with Monaco France and Nelson Alcides Vidoni. Really smooth, some nice artistic pieces and great body control. Perhaps not as creative in the transitions as the top two German males. A little lower in the difficulty as well. We didn't see the powerful, huge ground jumps that we've also seen. They're not compulsory. That does add to the artistic score and indeed the degree of difficulty. I don't think it'll challenge the scores of Henry Frischmuth or Lucas Heitmann from today. Teammate, however, Ettore Arena has scored an 8.306 in the free test today, taking him to a round one total score 7.941. That is into the third place so far. So Jan Stellahegi looking to stay ahead and certainly had, for me, a better freestyle round, performance and compositionally, than his teammate. And we move on now to the USA. Donald Walker with 44 and Benita Julia Goltze. Donald in the 17th place after the compulsory test, 5.913. Showing good strength in the shoulder stand on the neck. Smoothly coming into and out of the lower arm stand. Lost a shoe at some point. Adding a little bit of difficulty with the outside stand. Swan dive, while smooth, could have been a little higher in the center of gravity on the way through. He is working very gently on top of 44. A really nice freestyle from Donald Walker for the USA. Clean, smooth and tidy. A great first championships for him here in Stadlpare. That score now in for Jan Stelhaegi. It is an 8.508 today. So enough to keep him ahead of teammate Ettore Arena. But not quite enough to match that of Lucas Heitmann. Jan Stelhaegi, round one score, 8.304. And it is still very close at the top of the male competition.
Sweden, we will see Lando Fiskbeck. He will be competing on Hofshuis Bello Nero, launched by Johnny Fiskbeck.
The next competitor for Sweden, Lando Fiskbeck, with Hofshuis Bello Nero and Johnny Fiskbeck. Lando in the 9th place after the compulsory round, 7.012. Another of the athletes who is competing also in the junior squads. He was part of the Swedish squad who are currently lying in 3rd place after the junior compulsory round this morning. working through a good variety of exercises so far between the statics and dynamics. Adding in the outside ground jump, made famous by Quentin Jabet, throwing in some artistic impression too, creatively jumping from the neck pad. Horse score here will be a little lower if you watch the shape of the horse coming round. The impulsion and collection too. Nice finish from Lando, very pleased with that performance, and it was very clean.
Was presented by Johnny Fiskbeck.
Horse score will make a little bit of a difference, however, in the total scores there. The leaderboard so far, Donald Walker in at 9th place with a 6.717 total score for the competition today. The score too for Larry Markegard has been updated. It is a total final score of 4.919.
Bringing up for Slovakia, ladies and gentlemen, Katalin, presented by Martin Nietzela. Here is Samuel Nietzela, Slovakia. Few seconds left with a...
We are just a little ahead of time once again.
Moment till Samuel Nietzela has his starting time, 2.03.
Henry Frischmuth in the lead, 8.641. Looking to the athletes yet to come. And it is unlikely that any will go ahead of our top three so far when you combine today's score with the compulsory round from yesterday. Slovakia now, and Samuel Nietzela with Katalin and Martin Nietzela. Nice use of positions and directions on the horse used so far. Combinations of dynamic and static exercises. A few performance faults in the exercises themselves, creeping in here and there. Samuel, one of the youngest competitors in the class. Oh, brilliant back tuck, great landing to finish. Very well performed free test there from Samuel Nietzela. With super consideration of the horse throughout. Will help within that artistic score. Samuel Nesela for Slovakia with Katalin and Martin Nesela. He was in the 8th place after that round 1. Let's see what that free test does for him today.
Next vaulters are representing Argentina. We will see Thiago Agustin Mercado Rivero and Tomás Valentino Arias. They will be vaulting on the horse Vegas de la Valle, launched by Johanna Hurt. In a few seconds, we will go ahead with these two
And next to
vaulters.
go, we will have two competitors from Argentina. Thiago Agustin Mercado Rivero and Tomás Valentino Arias, both vaulting with Vegas de la Valle and Johanna Hurt.
Ahora empezamos con Thiago Agustín Mercado Rivero y Tomás Valentino Arias de Argentina.
And Thiago Agustin Mercado Rivero was in the 16th place after the compulsory test, 6.047. This is Thiago's first championship. He won the Junior CVI in Argentina in April and placed second at the CVI in Sao Paulo last October. Oh, just losing the balance there. Managing to save it, fortunately. Really smooth transition, getting back into it on Vegas de la Valle. Just struggling with balance. Again, we can see just Johanna Hurt working with the horse a little bit from the middle. And receiving the bell to signal the end of the time limit. Just running out of time a little bit due to those few errors. A disappointing free test round for Thiago Agustin Mercado Rivero. However, we should see him again in the men's final tomorrow evening. Tomás Valentino Arias now. Building the artistry with the outside mount, then coming into the choreography in time with the music. And just sliding a little at the end of the jump towards the outside. Perhaps the horse with a little bit more power than these men are used to. And making sure he made it off in time for the bell. A quick finish for Thomas Valentino Arias for Argentina, with Joana Hurt and Vegas de la Valle, with Thiago Agustin Mercado Rivero also for Argentina. Lando Fisbeck has gone in to the 8th place at the moment, 7.293. With Samuel Nessela in the 7th place, 7.395. Two competitors left, Eric Weidenauer for Austria and Damian Schaller for Switzerland.
Oh, we apologize for the little technical issues with our screens above us. We're working on the problem and are trying to solve it throughout the next competitors.
Eric Weidner for Austria in the 7th place after the compulsory test. So room to move with a good freestyle. Damian Schaller in the 14th place after round 1. But it is for Henry Frischmuth who has the lead and will most likely stay there. 8.641 for Germany. Lucas Heitmann also for Germany in second, 8.428. And Jan Stella-Hegi in 3rd place for Italy, 8.304. And the final competitor in the male competition for the home nation, with Jupiter and Antonia Baumann, it is Eric Weidenauer. Very smooth start, moving across the back of the horse. Increasing difficulty with the ground jump to shoulder stand. Adding in some choreography with the music. Very slightly off the vertical in the lower arm stand. Lovely dismount and a superbly clean, another excellent performance from Eric Weidenauer for Austria. These top-level male athletes not giving anything away in the performance side of the score. We'll see a lower technique score overall for Erik Weidenauer, purely due to the degree of difficulty within the programme. But the execution was superb. Artistically, some nice moments working with the music. The lower number of exercises will bring the artistic score down a little compared to the top athletes. It should still be a good score for Erik, hoping to hold on to at least his 7th place from the compulsory round. One athlete yet to come.
That is the bell for Damien Switzerland.
And the last male in this competition today for Switzerland, Damian Schaller, with Miss Callis DMH and Sarah Nadia Nymphenegger. Another one of the younger competitors within this class. He did compete last year at the European Championships in Bern, finishing in the 11th place. He was 4th at the CVI this year in Villa Santa. Just 14 years old. This technically his 15th year, as he is born in December. Boosting the difficulty with the one hand off. Very well held balance-wise in that needle. A little bit coming off for the flexibility. Cool little transition into the inside ground jump, adding the creativity for that artistic judge. So a little untidy coming out of the forward roll to the neck. Just receiving the bell right before the dismount there for Switzerland's Damien Schaller. Unfortunately, a point off the artistic score for that bell. Miss Callis DMH and Sarah Nadia Nymphenegger for Switzerland. Few performance faults, just holding that score down from where it could have been. The score for Erik Weidenauer for Austria in the free test today, 8.331. Total score 7.833.
Are still being calculated in our office. As soon as they are ready, we will project them for you onto the video wall.
So it is a win in today's competition and indeed in round one for Henry Frischmuth of Germany. Lucas Heitmann, also of Germany, in the 2nd place. And Jan Stelhage keeps the 3rd place for Italy.
Competitors in this competition from all over the world. And we're very curious to see who takes the lead after the
And we will
entire
have a
first
short break
round
once
and
again
goes
now
into
until we
second
start the
round
junior
as the last
female
person.
individual free test. And what a class that is going to be. So just take 10 minutes. We'll have that final score for you very shortly. But return in 10 minutes time for the beginning of the junior female free test competition, which will decide which 20 make it into the second round on Saturday.
On the screen. We saw all of these vaulters yesterday in their first round of compulsory and today in their first round of freestyle. They will receive a total score of these first two competitions, which makes up their final score for the first round.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back at the main arena of Stadelbauer European and World Vaulting Championships 2025. We are in the first round of the junior female individual vaulters, the freestyle test at the FEI World Vaulting Championships.
All right, let's welcome once again our judges for this competition. The head judge, Judge A, for this competition is Gabi Benz, representing Italy.
Judge B, Jochen Schilfert, Germany, Deutschland.
On position C, we have Doris Knotter for Austria.
Judge D, Kristina Benčekis, Hungary.
Judge E, Michaela Gutzna-Rudzikova for Czech Republic.
Welcome
Judge
back
F,
to the
Susanna
FEI
Mazanekova,
Vaulting
Slovakia.
World Championships for juniors and
Judge G,
young
Valérie
vaulters.
Dutroux for France.
And to the
Judge
junior
A,
female
Janita
individual
Pomaska for
first round
Switzerland.
freestyle,
So we have
which
a
is
total
going to be
of
a very
56
exciting
competitors in this first round.
round.
Test. So
The scores
we'll
were
be here for a few
incredibly
hours,
close
ladies and gentlemen, watching the world's best
after
vaulters
the
compete
compulsory
for the
round
title of
yesterday.
world champion.
At present, it is Denmark's Josefine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen who has the lead, 8.298, ahead of Clara Ludwigsek and Fanny Seidel, both for Austria. However, the scores are all very close and with lots of ability for movement. It is only the top 20 who will make it into the final round on Saturday morning.
Starting time, which is 2:30 sharp.
And there's barely anything between 20th place and indeed 30th. So it's going to be a tough competition, a test of nerves as well as strength in competition. We have 56 females in the lineup. And we just saw Henry Frischmuth in the males top the table in the male competition. The order of goal for today's female freestyle is the same as for yesterday, done by draw at the Chef to Keep meeting. And the first to compete for Slovakia, Sona Janigova, with Renzo De Rive and Jan Tribula. Sona in the 36th place after the compulsories with a 6.768. The rules for female freestyle the same as in the males. Sona competing here at her 5th championship. Her best finish at the European Championships in 2022 was 24th place. Big dynamic, difficult start around that inside handle. Showing the strength exercise in the handstand. Lunge line coming a little slack around this side of the ring, affecting that balanced encircling part of the horse score. Sona moving quite well on top squeezing through the lever, getting the D for it with the both hands on top of the handles. D for the difficulty. Lovely backflip to finish, really smooth performance. Little performance errors there from Zona Janigova for Slovakia. As part of the artistic score, we are looking for the unity of composition and complexity, the flow, control and connection of the transitions and movements. Something which will build with some of the other competitors. She had some reasonable difficulty within it. Definitely good performance. Not many performance faults. Horse score maybe a little lower, especially on that A2 vaultability part of the horse score, which is worth 25%. Renzo Di Reve and Jan Schubila there with Zona Janigova.
Vorne Katja Wagner, Startzeit 14:34 für Jennifer Reichert, Deutschland, Germany.
Now, next to compete in the first of the German trio within this competition, sitting just outside the top 20 after the compulsory test. Jennifer Reichert with Samor and Katja Wagner. Plenty of room for movement though within the competition after this free test. This is Jennifer's first championship. She's competing here in both the junior individual and as part of the German junior squad. 14 years old. And she finished in the third place at the junior CVI in Krumke. First place in Motisis at the CVI there. Nicely working with the music. Already showing a couple of strength moves. Beautiful flexibility. Inside ground jump, adding to the artistic. Oh, brilliant first freestyle for Germany's Jennifer Reichert. With Samor and Katja Wagner, very well performed. It was a good use of the horse and a variety of exercises within it between flexibility and strength, static and dynamic. Making sure she got through most of those structure groups. And the big finish with her backflip dismount. Connecting too with the music. should set Jennifer Reichert in a very good position to look to make that second round.
The next competitor is joining us straight from down under. Please welcome Sahara
A
Wade. She
score
comes from
for
Australia with the
the
horse
free test
Eldorado.
for
At the
Sona
luncheon,
Janigova
Sophie
of Slovakia is a 6.098 with a round one total score 6.933.
Where are our Aussie fans? Make some noise. That is the bell and the go sign for Sahara Whale representing
The next competitor
Australia.
for Australia, Sahara Weil with Eldorado 139 and Sophie Kuhn. Sahara too competing at her first championship here. (17 years old), working with Eldorado for the first time in competition.
Just like the sea, I don't know where to go. Through dark and shadow, I'm reaching light through the struggle. And just like the sea, I just
Struggling a little into the shoulder stand. A few performance faults there. Making it into the handstand the second time. Repetition will incur just a little deduction. Good cartwheel. One of the first we've seen today doing a neck stand. Difficult to the outside. Smooth performance to finish for Sahara Weil
Sahara Wade
from Australia.
She was vaulting on Eldorado lunch.
Eldorado
by
and
Sophie
Sophie Kuhn. Sahara was in the 42nd place after the compulsory test with a 6.617. That freestyle just incurring a few more performance faults than she would have liked, which will bring down the technique score.
And in a few seconds, we will welcome
A great
guest from
opportunity
Belgium,
for Sahara and
Laura
Australia,
presented by
having her
Conrad
here
Berger,
in
when
the
vaulter will be Auken
junior
Tauber for
female
Belgium.
competition. The only Australian representative in this competition today. And the score for Jennifer Reichert of Germany for the free test today is a 7.653, which is a round one total score, 7.419. She tops the leaderboard so far.
Auken Tauber, Belgium.
Yeah, the next competitor from Belgium, Auke Talp, with Lord Latimer and Conrad Vergouwen. Now, currently, Auke is sitting in the 35th place after the compulsories. Unfortunately, Lord Latimer wasn't the easiest yesterday, didn't score too highly either. 6.3. It did affect the compulsories for Auke Talp. A few costly errors leaves her with some work to do if she wants to make it into that top 20, which she's very capable of, but it depends how this free test goes today. Again, Lord Latimer just looking like he has a bit more energy than she would like. She has had a good season so far, winning the CVI in Opglabik, coming 5th in Saumur. A nice, difficult start. Pausing, hesitating very slightly before the jump. Takes off a little, but barely anything from the performance. Very strong in the lower arm stand. Powerful ground jump. Just coming off to the outside. Unfortunately, I feel with the change in music, the horse may have come in around that side of the circle. Just enough for her to lose balance. A real disappointment after the beginning of that test had gone so well, but that is a full point off the performance score from all the performance judges. Most likely won't make that score high enough for what she needed. Lovely finish. So disappointing for Auke Talp from Belgium, who has worked incredibly hard to be here. So much potential as well, and it was going really very cleanly. She was working hard to make that routine clean. Big difficulty, powerful ground jump. We won't see, I doubt, too many of the junior females doing those big, powerful ground jumps. But with the fall off to the outside, it's a 1 point off the performance. And will prove most likely too costly to make the second round. Belgium's Auke Talp with Lord Latimer and Conrad Vergouwen. Auke, 15 years old, so still more to come
The next competitor
from her
Canada.
in the future.
She will be
We look
vaulting
forward
on
to that.
4 meter Steipeniter Julia Goltze. Please welcome Naomi Klammer.
Score for Sahara Vile of Australia for today's free test, 6.081. It's a total 6.349 into the third place so far. The first Canadian in this competition has entered the ring now, Naomi Klammer with 44 and Benita Julia Goltze. Naomi in the 45th place after the compulsory test, 6.461. Competing here at her first championship. And the first time working with 44 and Benita Julia Goltze. Just moving in as well on the circle round about the side with the audience. Naomi managing that well through the stand sequence. A little short on the lever. Judges may not count it if it wasn't held for 3 strides. Losing some tension at the end of the cartwheel, just landing heavy, taking a moment to pat the horse. That will reduce the consideration of the horse as well as the performance. Getting the roll off to finish her performance here at the FEI World Championships. Naomi Klammer with 44 and Benita Julia Goltze for Canada. The horse score will be lower for 44 as well. Looking back again at that vaultability, the A2 score. Also in the collection and relaxation part of it. Judges A and E are on the horse score today. The judges move round each day. And it is Gabby Bentz at A for Italy. And Michaela Guznar-Ruzikova is at E. Alke Talpe of Belgium scoring a 7.085 in the free test today. That is with that fall included. The technique scores mainly in the 7s, including that performance fault. So it's a 6.959 final score. You never know. It will be a challenge to make it into that top 20. Now to the Czech Republic. Elizabeth Rezlerova with Dubai Alicante and Bodan Rezler. Elizabeth sitting in 19th place after the compulsory test, 7.211. She finished in the 37th place at the World Championships in 2023. So far this year, placed 8th at the CVI in Motezis and 1st at the CVI in Frenstadt. Another athlete choosing to go around that inside handle. Full of difficulty and artistic right at the beginning. Some good difficulty in here already. The lever on the handles and that side cartwheel. It's coming out of the flow and the harmony of the horse sometimes. Just popping off to finish for Elizabeth Reslerova. Scores so far, it is Jennifer Reicher in the lead for Germany, a 7.401. Naomi Klammer's score there in for Canada. Round one score 6.361. Elizabeth Reslerova for the Czech Republic with Dubai Alicante and Bohdan Resler. She had some strong elements in that free test. A little bit of the loss of consideration of the horse will pull down the artistic score. The consideration, 20% of that.
The next competitor will be bolting on the horse.
A little bit lower artistically generally, I think, with the variety of exercises and the musical interpretation. And just a few performance faults incurred there too. Next competitor for the Netherlands, Maartje Evink with Buick Hill and Dorian Lutien. Maartje in 26th place after the compulsory is 7.092. Competing at her first championship. After finishing 5th at the CVI in Oplebeek. Some nice body movement there with the music. And adding some extra difficulty with the stands. Good flexibility. And a nice cartwheel finish. Very, very smooth. We should be looking for high performance scores there for Maartje Evink. A good level of difficulty. Not including any of the risk exercises, instead choosing to keep a really clean performance. Artistically, a few moments with the music.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the next competitor coming from
a
the
good variety of exercises, but not quite as high as some we've seen. The top score of the day so far in the free test is for Jennifer Reichert of Germany, and she also takes the top score in the round so far, 7.401.
Santos, and the water we will see in a few seconds is Lisa Arts.
The score for Elizabeth Rezlerova of the Czech Republic. The free test today, 6.739.
This is the bell, ladies and
Total
gentlemen.
score of 6.975, just a fraction ahead of Auke Talp from Belgium. And the next competitor is also for the Netherlands. Lisa Arts, competing with Hero and Emmy dos Santos. Currently in 34th place after compulsory, 6.937. This is her first season competing here with Hero. That sideways cartwheel moving across the horse artistically as well as being difficult to execute. Coming out of balance, able to save it fortunately, so really just a performance error in the stand, and again losing the balance, landing a little heavy on the back of Hero, who doesn't react fortunately. It will come off the consideration of the horse score too. And finishing that backflip just in time before the bell, losing a little bit of the flow at the end of the test there, struggling slightly with the standing. Whether there was a change of pace perhaps from Hero, I'm not sure, our angle didn't really show. Lisa Arts for the Netherlands, just 13 years old. Her first championships, plenty to come. A great competition here for her with Hero and Emmy dos Santos. A score for Marte Evink in the free test today, a new top free test score. 7.691 does take her into second place so far. 7.392 behind Jennifer Reichert from Germany.
We are just waiting for the official starting time, which is 3:02.
Two now competing on the one horse, both for Hungary, with Cornetto and Elika Habsburg Lothringen, Maria Greta Gal and Janka Zas. Maria Greta Gal, 40th place after compulsory round, 6.670. Competing at her first individual championship. Previously, she has competed, however, with the Hungarian squad. Finished 8th at the CBI in Frenstadt, 9th at the CBI in Motesis. Difficult exercises with the backwards needle. Handstand not quite held. Again, boosting the difficulty and artistry with the forward roll. Just one of the elements the artistic judge is looking for. Not managing to execute the cartwheel as intended. A nice little handstand off to finish. Not quite as clean a performance as it could have been there for Maria Greta Gal. Next to go, still for Hungary, Janka Zatz. In the 27th place after compulsory test, 7.088. Really smooth start. A little hesitation just before the handstand roll. Not quite managing into the lever. Cleanly through the cartwheel into the jump. Nice couple of dynamic pieces before the big finish. And a lovely performance for Janka Zas for Hungary.
From Hungary. The waltzes were
Really working through the structured groups there.
Ladies and gentlemen, lovely Janka happens to have her 17th
Lisa Arts for the Netherlands, a final score of 6.626. With Cornetto and Elika Habsburg Lothering in, Janka Zatz and Maria Greta Gal, both for Hungary. We should see a pretty good freestyle score there for Janka with that performance and
in about 2 minutes,
difficulty of the
we will have
exercises,
next competitors
less
in
so
the
for
arena,
Maria Greta
and
Gal.
this will be trio from the Czech Republic. Leandro, presented by Andrea Vitenkova, and Magdalena Vibiralova from the Czech Republic. Like I said, in a few minutes.
And the freestyle score to beat stands with Inarte Evink of the Netherlands, 7.691. That was very clean, super smooth, and extremely well performed, with artistic scores up around about an 8. All of the technique scores as well looking towards the 8s. And the score also in now for Maria Greta Gal of Hungary. It's a 6.457 in the freestyle, a 6.564 finish for her here at the FEI Vaulting World Championships. And after the first 19 competitors, we will take a 10-minute break for the tractor to come in and prepare the arena.
And here is the bell
A
on the
few
starting
more
side.
to go
Leandro,
before then.
and Magdalena Vibiralova,
Starting with the Czech Republic,
Republic.
Magdalena Vibiralova, Leandro Tu, and Andrea Videnkova. Magdalena in the 41st place from the compulsories yesterday, 6.657. Competing here at her first championship this season, finishing in 12th place at the Mutisis CVI and 9th in Frenstadt. "15 years old. Coming out of the inside ground jump a little off center. A nice use of the horse space. Another really clean performance, barring that inside ground jump. The rest nice and smooth. Difficulty a little lower than the top females we've seen. Similarly, the use of the space on the horse slightly less so. The free test was based slightly more around the surcingle. And that will be seen a little in the artistic score. Leandro 2 with Andrea Videnkova and Magdalena Vibiralova
Meine Damen
for
und
the
Herren, es
Czech
wird
Republic.
Zeit, die österreichischen Flaggen zu hissen. Wir heißen Klara Ludwicek, Lena
The score for Janka Zats for Hungary, a 7.359 in the free test. 7.224 takes her into the third place so far after 10 scores have come in.
Klara Ludwicek.
The home crowd getting very excited here for this next competitor. Klara Ludwicek, the defending world champion, with Asti Royal XL and Lena Kalcher-Prein. She is currently in the second place after an excellent round of compulsory. She took the lead early on yesterday and held it for almost the whole competition. 8.072. He had an unfortunate freestyle go at the European Championships in Bern last year with a fall. However, this season has placed 5th at the CVI in Villa Santa, 4th in Stadel Paura. Out of harmony slightly in the beginning there. Great flexibility from the needle. And now really into the strength and difficult exercises, building big difficulty. Beautiful push up into handstand. Slipping a little bit with the centre of gravity coming from the sideways cartwheel. Big finish. And it's a top start for Austria and for Klara Ludwicek. She will be pleased with that round.
She's part of Team Austria, Österreich.
With Lena Kalcher-Prein and Asti Royal XL. Now what we saw in the middle of that free test, when she kicked up into the handstand, backwards, turning sideways, coming down onto the lever, a combination of difficult exercises which can add up to even higher difficulty being rewarded by the judges due to the complexity of the entering and exiting of the exercises. So boosting the technique score from a difficulty point of view, performance barely anything to take off. A little hesitation coming out of harmony at the beginning, and that small loss of centre of gravity after the sideways cartwheel. A reasonable use of the music. Perhaps she could have been a little more involved. We might see some of the future competitors a little more engaged in the music itself, but technique-wise should be on for a big score for Austria and for Klara Ludwicek. Now the score for Magdalena Vibiralova from the Czech Republic in the free test is 7.056. Total round one score 6.857. That is the 7th place so far. And we continue with the first ever competitor in the FEI vaulting World Championships for Estonia, Anna-Liisa Ansin. Competing with Esprit and Conrad Vergouwen. In the 49th place from yesterday with a 6.094. She has been competing internationally just for 2 years. Finished 8th at the CVI in Flinge and 3rd in Ipaya. Just a little loss of balance. Spree maybe just changing pace a little every now and then. Oh, really nicely into the walkover. Super flexibility. Not making it up into the shoulder stand on the neck. And a great backflip, good finish. And what a freestyle to perform here for your first World Championships. She gained confidence for sure throughout the test. On the screen now, the score for Clara Ludwig-Seck. Round 1, 8.296. Directly to the top of the table with an 8.519 in today's free test. Judge at D scoring her already a 9.4, sorry, in the technique. Both artistic scores around about the 8.5 mark. Annalisa Ansen there from Estonia with Esprit and Conrad Vergouwen. Definitely built throughout the free test into that lovely bridge and gaining some artistry connection with the music in parts too.
And the motor will be Eliska Masatova for the Czech Republic.
Such an incredibly tough competition this female class is here at the FEI World Vaulting Championships.
And that's the bell, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
We'll continue with the Czech Republic. Eliska Masatova with Sebastian and Karolina Pashutova. Eliska in the 52nd place after the compulsory round, 5.893. Another championship debutante. Just moving up into the two-star competition this year and finishing then in 13th place at the CVI in Frenstadt. 17, 18 years old. Just squeezing the 3 canter strides out of the inside handstand. Just losing the connection and the harmony with the horse sometimes. Sebastian not quite as relaxed as he could be, coming in a little on the circle too. And just not quite managing to land the dismount at the end of the program there for Eliska Masatova for the Czech Republic, with Sebastian and Karolina Pachotova.
Czech Republic, Sebastian, presented by Karolina Pachotova.
Anna-Lisa Ansin of Estonia with a 6.031 in freestyle today, 6.063 total score for the competition, and the 13th place at the moment.
Let's switch it down to South America. Charming will be presented by Anke Granov. The water is Helene Natal Leschen from Brazil.
The next competitor is the first from Brazil in the competition. Helene Natal Lejeune with Charming 45 and Anke Granau. Helena in the 51st place after the compulsory is 6.063. She previously competed in the Brazilian squad at the Junior Championships 2 years ago and the Senior Championships in 2022. This year having a 3rd place finish at the FEI in Sao Paulo. To flexibility exercise, taking the hand off to increase the difficulty. Just losing balance slightly, saw through the arms there, but her foot remained really firm. Adding the dynamic exercises with the kick and that lower arm leg switch. Coming a little bit heavy into and out of the forward roll. It will boost the difficulty but drop the performance a little. adding the cartwheel and roll off to finish the program for Brazil.
The fire of Brazil.
Helene
in
Natal
our
Lejeune
arena
with
here in
charming
Austria.
45.
Helene Natal Lejeune, charming,
And
and
Anke Grano. This is the first time that that trio have competed at all together. Eliska Masatova score there is a 4.869. In the free test, a 5.381 total score.
Next up from Colombia, we have Isabella Boga, England, and Maria Jose Llano Caldas. They will be bolting on the horse Little Louis, presented by Marlene Drack.
Now we will have two doubles before a short break. The first double both coming from Colombia. Isabella Berger, England, and Maria Jose Llano Caldas with Little Louis 7 and Marlene Drack.
In a few seconds, we will be ready. Now we are. Let's go Colombia with Isabella Boga, England, and Maria Jose Llano Caldas.
For Colombia, Isabella Berger, England, and Maria Jose Llano Caldas. Isabella, 47th place after the compulsories, 6.412. He competed 2 years ago at the Junior World Championships, finishing in 38th position. Losing a little momentum in the mount, not getting all the way to where she wanted to. Just a minor performance fault. Nice cartwheel, adding the jump for the artistic score. And a very clean handstand. Moving nicely around the horse as well, making good use of all the spaces. The cartwheel dismount to finish, D-dismount coming from upright, boosting the artistic score. One of the things the artistic judge is looking for in order to give those top scores. It was a lovely, gentle performance from Isabella Berger, England. And next to go, Maria Jose Llano Caldas. Thirty-ninth place after the compulsory, 6.677. And her first championship appearance. A little loss of balance just after the stand piece. Again, adding in the jump for the artistic structure groups. Very soft in the cartwheel. Just a little bit heavier going into the forward roll. Still pretty nicely executed. Not so unfortunately there into the lever. Just center of gravity moving too far forward. Really disappointing for Maria. It was so smooth to that point. And just getting on to complete her final dismount roll off. Such a shame.
Isabella Boga, England, and
Maria Jose Lano Caldas and Isabella Burger, England from Colombia, with little Louis 7 and Marlene Drack. Both performances, barring that fall at the end, were really neat. Both a little lower in the level of difficulty. But that fall is going to be costly. A little bit within the performance score, but also the 1 point off for coming completely off the horse. And that comes off the total performance score from all of the technique judges. Helena Natalia Lejeune of Brazil scoring a 6.560 in the free test today, 6.312 total score.
First block, then we will have a very short break of 10 minutes for the arena to get prepared again.
So 2 more competitors before we have a short 10-minute break. Both coming together, both Great Britain, Evie and Millie Jessett, vaulting with Jupiter and Antonia Baumann.
Our main circle, we have seen them already at the Junior Pas de Deux from Great Britain. The horse will be Jupiter. Antonia Baumann is the luncher. Evie Jessett and Millie Jessett are
and both athletes looking to make it into that top 20 if possible after the free test today. Currently, Millie Jessett lies in 20th place after the compulsory round, and Evie Jessett is sitting in 29th.
Welcome with a big applause, Evie Jessett and Millie Jessett.
We will continue with final 2 competitors before our first break to prepare the arena. Millie and Evie Jessett. Both competed earlier today in the Pas de Deux competition. With a well-performed Pas de Deux freestyle with an exceptional class, in fact. And they currently sit in the 4th place in that Pas de Deux competition. Evie Jessett to compete first. "14 years old, this her 15th year. Had a great finish last year at the European Championships, finishing in 5th in the junior competition. not quite making it up into the handstand. Lovely walkover into the bridge and back. Again, boosting that difficulty with all those exercises in a row. Nice and neat too. And adding in some musical interpretation. Oh, and the horse dropping into trot, unfortunately. That will have a big impact on the horse score. Fortunately, Evie just getting off in time. That was a real shame. Probably one of the most difficult freestyles we have seen so far. The trot, however, coming off the horse score. And I believe from the A2 part, the vaultability. It was up to 4 strides in trot. So it could be a 2 points off that A2 score. Just fortunately making the dismount and not incurring the bell. Until that point, as I said, great DOD, and it was a good performance. And Antonia Baumann just working now a little bit with Jupiter. Looks to be adjusting the side reins, moving their position. Anything that the lunger does in between these two athletes is not taken into consideration for the horse score. The horse score starts counting when that athlete touches the handles. So there is no penalty for adjusting the side reins in between. Jupiter has already competed in this ring twice today, once with Eric Weidenauer in the male competition and also with Evie and Millie in the pas de deux. That certainly has become a little unsettled for some reason. Which might make this a little bit challenging. And now I do believe Millie had the handle and let go, which will count as a fall. She also had touched the horse, so the trot there will count. And it's really not going to be the easiest for Millie. Really disappointing, as she was sitting in position to make that top 20. And really just working for the horse. Using her time now to help Jupiter ahead of the rest of the week's competition. A real disappointment for Millie Jessett.
Give them a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen.
All these vaulters put in such hard work to get to the championships, but it is after all a horse sport, and for some reason Jupiter just not settled there after Evie's free test, and Millie unable to show her quality. And we know she had quality after those compulsories yesterday. For Great Britain, Evie and Millie Jessett with Jupiter and Antonia Baumann.
Das hat Jupiter in diesem Falle getan. Wird natürlich für das Gesamtergebnis unserer Gäste aus Großbritannien nicht so gut sein. Der kleine Trost an der Sache ist, dass
now we will have a 10-minute break and then come back to you with all those scores and the next competitors. So 10-minute break, but we will join you back here at 15:53 to progress with the competition, give you an update of the scores and see Jacinda Rowe for Canada. Join us back at 15:50.
Christina Ender in 10 minutes here in the main arena.
Welcome back to the FEI World Vaulting Championships for juniors and young vaulters as we prepare to continue with the junior female free test in the first round.
Welcome back.
Now
to
to
this
update you on
competition,
the
junior
scores
individual vaulting
from the last
and
4
the
competitors
first
before the
free
break.
test.
Isabella
We're
Berger,
continuing
England
in a
of
few
Colombia,
seconds.
scored a
The next competitor will
7.574 in the
represent
free
Canada.
test,
She's
a
vaulting on right, so
6.993
Kenny,
overall.
Christina
Maria
and
Jose
we
Lano
will
Caldas,
Jacinda Rowe.
a 6.792 in free test and a 6.735. For Evie Jessett, it was a 7.523 in the free test, 7.263 overall, taking her into the 4th place with an outside chance still of making the top 20. But her score significantly lower due to the trot at the end of the test. And unfortunately for Millie Jessett, with Jupiter being completely unsettled, 3.327 in the free test today and a final score of 5.262. Moving onwards and to the next third of the competition, we start back with Canada's Jacinda Rowe competing with Arezo Kay and Christina Ender. Jacinda in the 46th place after the compulsories, 6.452. Neat mount into the shoulder stand. Horse just reacting slightly at the end of it. Some good interpretation here with the music. Not fully holding that lower arm stand, just moving transitionally through it. Nice use of the upper body and into a strong elbow stand there now. Just coming quickly out of the outside stand, not holding it quite long enough. Cartwheel was well landed, little pike in the hips. Good finish and a really nice program there for Canada's Jacinda Rowe. Working well with Arezo Kay. A couple of moments just coming out of harmony or not held. Small performance deductions due to that. The involvement of the music certainly looking good, particularly with the upper body. A little lower in the difficulty side than some of the top that we have seen so far, but actually should score well for Jacinda artistically and performance wise. Arezo Kay and Christina Ender combining with Jacinda for Canada.
And in a few seconds we will hear the bell for the next competitor from Switzerland. Rayo de la Luz is the horse presented by Monika Winkler-Bischofberger. The vaulter will be Lena Bollhalder.
The next competitor for Switzerland
And
is Lena Bollhalder with Rayo de la Luz and Monika Winkler-Bischofberger. Lena in the 17th place after the compulsory test, 7.330. 13 years old, but in her 14th year and therefore eligible to compete here at the championship. She finished the CDI in Charolpara in 12th place, 3rd at the CDI in Villa Santa. Mounting directly into the shoulder stand. A little bit of contact with her body on the way up, which will have a small deduction. Oh, really nice swing up dynamically from the lever position. Nice flexibility and difficulty through the sideways cartwheel. Beautiful handstand. Really moving well with Arayo de la Luz. Some nice touches artistically and a big dismount to finish there for Switzerland's Lena Bolhalder. What a start for the young talent. Should stand her in good stead for making the second round. Very, very clean performance. And a good movement through the spaces and directions of the horse, as well as making use of most of the structure groups are being sought after by the artistic judge. Some nice musical interpretation too, and definitely considerate of the horse with her vaulting and the makeup of the routine. So we should have some nice artistic scores there for Switzerland. Rayo de la Luz, Monica Winkler, Bischofberger and Lena Bolhalder.
With a vaulter from Belgium. She will be competing on the horse Haranko, who will be launched by Mita Jans.
Jacinda Rowe for Canada, scoring 7.006 in the freestyle today. That is a 6.729 round one score. Quite a difference in some of the technique scores for the judges. Two scoring around a 6.3 and two scoring around about a 7.7, depending on where the judge is sitting in the circle. Now, the top freestyle score of the day still with Austrian Clara Ludwigzek. As we move on to Belgium's Amy van Dam with Haranko and Meta Jans. Amy in the 30th place after the compulsory test, 6.986. Amy finished in 36th place at the World Championships in 2023, 19th at last year's European Championship. Working with Haranko for the first time this season. And gaining the D for the mount to stand. Not quite quite held in the outside stand. Just a little heavy coming out of the cartwheel. Creating a really nice shape through the forwards lever. A little heavy once again coming into the ground jump to shoulder stand. As that is a technical exercise, the judges really are quite on it with the scoring. Oh, big sideways backflip. Sorry, back tuck finish. Really difficult exercise to do and to land, unfortunately. Just a small touchdown with the hands there at the end of the routine. 0.4. Sorry, 0.2 deduction. Just if it was the hands. Amy Van Dam for Belgium with Haranko and Meta Jans. Haranko just seeming a little less relaxed too in the ring just now. The arena here filling up with plenty of spectators. Throughout that free test, a few too many performance faults coming out of harmony with the horse, affecting the technique score and the consideration of the horse.
In the circle presented by Daniela Fisk, back here the voter is Signe Verne. 23rd after the compulsory.
Lena Bohl-Halder from Switzerland with the second best free test score of today. Yeah, a young vaulter scoring an 8.164, propelling her into the second place so far, 7.747. And we have had 22 athletes compete already. The scores are in for 21. We will move to Sweden's Signe Wern, competing with quarterback Herup and Daniela Fisbeck. Signe on the 23rd place after the compulsories, 7.128. Seventh place at the CVI this year in Flinge. Again, mounting to stand for both difficulty and artistic. Working through all the spaces on the horse, inside and outside ground jumps, just losing balance a little bit at the end there into the backward stand. And the dismount, it had been a very clean performance until that small slip,
Quarterback represented by
and that will just come off the performance. A few little deductions for coming down in the backward stand. Made it up into the stand, then the dismount before the bell, however. Pretty cleanly performed, that aside. Not as difficult as some in terms of the exercises themselves and the transitions between the exercises. Horse score 2, of course, coming into play here as well. 25% of the total score is for the horse.
The next competitor will represent Switzerland.
Amy van Dam from Belgium with a 6.863 for her free test and a 6.925 total score. Now the next competitor is for Switzerland, Eva Carraro with Fran de Alm and Laura Carnabucci. In the 11th place after the compulsory test, 7.407. And she finished in 13th place at the European Championships for Juniors last year. Vaulting with a different horse and lunger combination. Has been working, however, with Fran Dalm already this year. Finished in 15th at the CVI here in Stadelpaura and won the CVI in Villa Santa. Mounting fairly cleanly into that shoulder stand, taking the one arm off to add to the difficulty. And then really creatively adding the neck stand on the neck. The first we've seen to do that. The artistic judge also always looking for highlights within the program. A little loss of tension or more movement of the horse coming through her body in the needle. They're ending the cartwheel a little out of harmony too. Not quite managing to hold the handstand as long as it could be. And the roll off to finish for Switzerland's Eva Carraro. With Laura Carnabucci and Fran Dalm. Will put her, I imagine, behind certainly the freestyle score of her teammate Lena Bolhalder. That was an 8.164 for me. Not quite so clean a performance there from Eva. Although it had a relatively good level of difficulty.
From the Ukraine, she finished the compulsory on rank 14. Belasco, presented by Cornelia Radacen. Looking forward to the freestyle test of Polina Shopkova. already
The score for Signe Vern of Sweden, a 6.914. Total score 7.021, taking her into the 7th place so far. Klara Ludwigczek still at the top with a total score of 8.296. And the next competitor coming from Ukraine,
here's the sign.
Polina Shovkova,
Ukraine.
with Belasco and Cornelia Radats. Polina now has been working with Cornelia for just over 18 months, building up a good relationship with her and Belasco. They finished last year's European Championships in 36th place. The World Championships in 2023 in 23rd, but currently are in 14th after the compulsory round, 7.359. So hoping to book her place in the finals with this freestyle. She has had a good season so far. A 2nd place finish at the CVI in Villa Santa. 3rd place in the CVI in Budapest, and 6th place at the Masterclass in Wiesbaden. Mounting up directly from the outside. It's hopping a little prematurely out of the outside stand. Very nice, strong handstand. Really smoothly through a nicely executed cartwheel. A small hop down to add to the artistic. A good combination of dynamic exercises within this program. A great finish for Polina Shovkova, comfortably making it all the way through the free test. Just that little wobble out of the sideways stand at the beginning, and then she really settled into it. Good level of difficulty, moving all the way along and across the horse too. Should help with the artistic score. Slightly lower perhaps on the musical interpretation side, but well executed and a good level of difficulty. Belasco too, moving well on the circle, lunged by Cornelia Radats for Ukraine, Polina Shovkova. Now we saw the scores there. Eva Carraro is now into the 3rd place so far. It was a 7.498 for the free test today and a 7.453 total score into the 3rd place behind Klara Ludwigczek and Lena Bullhalder. The next to compete for the USA Emmy Yang with Havoy's Bello Nero, lunged by Johnny Fisbeck. And with a very clean set of exercises in her compulsories yesterday, she is in the 8th place so far on a 7.564. A horse score a little bit lower than some of her competitors yesterday. Were each day judged independently. And again, choosing the dynamic and difficulty already in the beginning. Comfortably through his stand sequence. Horse's nose just turned a little in, and we do see him carrying his head quite high. Not quite showing the same collection as we have seen with some of the other horses. That will be bringing that horse score down. Emmy moving very gracefully on top. Great transition there into the lever. Super cartwheel. Oh, and a nice little drop down to ping off finish. Perhaps not as high from the group as it could have been, but it was an interesting highlight to end. Emmy Yang for the USA with Havoy's Bello Nero and Johnny Fisbeck. Super smooth performance. Medium in difficulty level, but high in performance. Artistically, once again, perhaps a little lower in the musical interpretation side. Consideration of the horse, very good. And a good variety of the exercises and use of the full spaces on the horse too. Polina Shovkova from Ukraine's free test score for today, and it is an 8.100, a 7.730, and a sure entry into the second round for the first time for Ukraine and for Polina Shovkova. Progressing on now with Canada, Catherine van den Bosch competing with Shannondale Jedi and Pauline Riedel. Catherine in the 32nd place after the compulsory round, 6.960. And borrowing Shannondale Jedi for the competition here. They did compete together at the CGI in Optlabeek, finishing in 18th place. And Catherine also finishing in second at the CVI in Vancouver. Very cleanly into the mount shoulder stand. Jedi just dropping off the pace and into trot. Again, a very strongly held handstand. And some nice use of the full body. Some of the transitions not always super smooth. And her number just falling off the arm there too. Flicking it off to the outside. Not quite holding the inside hand. And receiving the bell debatably on the dismount. And that will come down to the judge's discretion as to if she had started the dismount by the time the bell rang. Emmy Yang there flying up into the second place so far with an 8.126 after that beautiful smooth performance. 8.126 is the free test score for Emmy Yang for today. 7.845 total score. Now the horse score was a 6.1, 6.0.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome us one more time.
And it was the
Here in the
artistic and
States of
technique
America,
score
we will see Tara Taylor, and she will be bolting on
which
the horse Goldjungen
helped Emmy to that
by
8.1
Jacqueline
score for
Schönteich.
today.
We are waiting for the official starting time. And
The
for
next
the
competitor is for the USA.
And now,
Tara Taylor
bring it up
competing here
for
with
Tara
Goldjunge
Taylor
and
from
Jacqueline
United States
Schönteich.
of America.
In the 16th place after the compulsory round, 7.346. Tara competing here at her first championship. She won the CVI in Cresswell and placed fourth at the CVI in Woodside. This is the first competition, however, with Jacqueline Schönteich and Goldjunge. Nice, clean and difficult start. Using the music well too. Lovely straddle jump. Probably one of the best jumps we've seen in the competition so far. A little bit untidy, just coming out of the inside ground jump. Similarly, moving on to the neck, just losing a little bit of body control. Very nice cartwheel. Superb flexibility in the kick. lovely cartwheel finish. That was another big and beautiful freestyle for the USA.
For the United States of America, Goldjunge was launched by Jacqueline Schöntex.
Superb flexibility, lovely lines, a good use of the music. Those small 2 areas where there was a loss of balance shouldn't make a difference too much to a big performance score coming for Tara Taylor. With Goldjunge and Jacqueline Schönteich clearly having made a wonderful connection with this pair.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we need the fans from Denmark. Any fans from Denmark? And Finland.
Now the score there for Catherine van den Bosch from Canada. It's 6.184 today in the pre-test and a 6.572 total score. The technique judges pulling that score down, as well as the horse score. That small trot from Shannondale Jedi proving costly. And it is a trio next of competitors from Denmark and Finland. Josephine Egelund, Mia Kostainen and Wilma Baden-Askbo competing here with Hornbecks, Trixis and Alan Laudrup. We are over halfway through this junior female class now at the FEI Vaulting World Championships. Josephine Egelund in the 37th place after the compulsory round, 6.739. Very nice, strong handstand. And a lovely height and landing in the split jump. And the horse not with the same forward movement and impulsion as the top horses we've seen. However, allowing Josephine to vault very neatly and confidently. Great landing from the cartwheel. Backwards jump boosting the difficulty. Could have been just a fraction higher. And a roll off very, very tidy from Josephine Egelund for Denmark. Focusing on the level of performance, not losing many deductions from the technique judges whatsoever. And next to compete, Mia Konstantin, 43rd place after the compulsories, 6.609. small loss of balance in the stand. Nice neat turn onto the handles for the lever. Center of gravity just coming back at the end of that cartwheel, landing heavier than planned. Catching some moments now in the music. Great backward stand again, boosting the difficulty with that backwards facing jump. And handstand off, good landing, and another smooth and clean round, this time for Finland, Nia Kostainen. Lower in the difficulty than some, higher in the performance. A little bit less in it in terms of the artistic, so those scores will just drop down slightly too. And back to Denmark again now with Wilma Baden Askbo. Wilma in the 15th place after compulsories. Getting in the difficulty with the mount and some artistry. Just a little bit of horse's movement coming through the top leg in that Bielmann. Lots of difficulty being added through the stands. A little heavy again into the roll. And a good finish for Wilma Baden Askbo for Denmark.
Complex Grixus presented by Allan Laudrup.
Working a lot with the music there.
Denmark, Nia Kostainen, Finland, and Wilma Baden Askbo, Denmark.
The score now there for Tara Taylor takes her into 5th place with a total score of 7.530. Free test score for Tara Taylor is a 7.714. Incredibly high artistic scores. The horse score for Goldjunge is a 5.8, but that allowing, the lower score there, allowing Tara such a great opportunity to make the points up herself, and thus achieving the 7.7 in freestyle and a 7.5 after round 1. We're waiting for the next 3 scores, but Clara Ludwigseck is still in the lead for Austria, 8.296. Now it's another trio coming in, this time Great Britain, Ukraine and Sweden. And they are due in just a few moments.
We are waiting for the official starting time, which is 4:39.
So a little pause, 3 minutes to catch up with the time. Josefine Egelund from Denmark, the first of the 3 we just saw, with a 7.987 in the free test, showing the benefit of having a very clean performance. A total score of 7.363 puts her into the 9th place so far. The score's not yet through for the other two. And just a minute yet to go before the official start time for the next three. Mia Kostainen from Finland scoring a 7.178 in the free test today, a 6.894 total score, into the 18th place so far. The horse score for Hornbeck's Crixus hovering around about an average of 6.3. And with the bell, we're ready to proceed with the next three competitors competing with Tomas Ogonowski and Jethro. Caitlin Mitchell for Great Britain, Katarina Panasenko for Ukraine, and Hilma Bernström for Sweden. Jethro not entirely settled in this arena here yesterday, so hopefully a little bit more comfortable with it today after having been in it twice. So hopefully allow all three girls to perform their freestyles as planned. Because of that, all three sitting lower in the rankings after round one than they would have hoped. Caitlin Mitchell first to go for Great Britain. And Jethro just again not quite comfortable in the ring. It seems Caitlin having to work to settle him somewhat and unable to show the freestyle as planned. Doing her best for the competitors yet to come. A really smooth cartwheel, just hitting the time limit and pushing off to dismount. A real disappointment again. Unable to show what she came here to do. Caitlin Mitchell for Great Britain. And next to compete, Katarina Panasenko. Katarina vaulting for Ukraine. It's her second World Championship. It's a little out of harmony in the mount. Jethro looking a bit more settled there in the ring now. Not quite making it up cleanly from the outside ground jump, managing to hold on to it though, and Jethro not reacting from that, which was good. We'll take down the consideration of the horse score slightly. A lovely kick. Nice cartwheel dismount to finish for Katarina Panasenko from Ukraine. Able to complete a little more of the test. Having to work quite hard in that outside ground jump. And that is the rain on here in Austria. Jethro just speeding up still a little round that one side of the ring. Just taking a moment to get into the rhythm before moving on into the cartwheel. Bit of a pike through the hips. Nice and gentle switching handstand. And cartwheeling off, just not quite landing it with the hand down.
Caitlin Mitchell for Great Britain.
Hilma Bernström for Sweden with Jethro and Tomas Ogonowski, along with Caitlin Mitchell for Great Britain and Katarina Panasenko. A real disappointing championships, unfortunately, for the girls, not being able to complete their test as planned. And unlikely to be able to come again in the second round. However, it is a horse sport and Jethro's first international season. And we have the score for Wilma Baden-Askbo from Denmark. It's a 7.786 in the free test today, a 7.567, putting her into the 5th place so far.
Set presented by Ruud Jukstok. And This is already the applause waiting for
The
the
next
starting
to come is the second representative for Germany, Lara Andrew, with Adianthum van 12 Oaks and Ruth Juckstock. Now we're just waiting for the official start time for Lara, which is 16:49. 4 to go now before our next short break to prepare the arena.
Und hier ist das Startzeichen. Lara Andrew, Germany, Deutschland.
And into the ring now, Lara Andrew for Germany. In the 5th place after the compulsory test, a 7.807. Competing here at her first championship. She had a 7th place finish in Lier and Stadel this season. But competing for the first time with Adianthum van 12 Oaks, internationally anyway. Nice difficulty into the mount and clever pop up to bridge. Showing some movement of the horse just through the Billman, the top leg. A little bit heavy landing on the surcingle from the forward roll. Well held lever into the switch cartwheel, not so clean coming out, but still very gentle. Lovely backflip finish. And a great first championship freestyle for Germany's Lara Andrew. Some clever pieces to give the artistic judge, and a good variety of exercises. Less so in the musical interpretation side of the artistic score. So that may bring that down. Generally fairly good consideration of the horse. Just a couple of pieces coming out of the harmony. It should stand her in good stead. For the second round and looking towards the medals on Saturday.
Bolting on the horse Royal George Alexander, who will be launched by Diane Rose Fraser. We will see Amelie Tara von Zitzewitz.
Katerina Panasenko scoring a 6.462 for her freestyle for Ukraine, finishing on a 6.522. Hilma Bernstrom 5.956. And a total score 5.817. And Caitlin Mitchell 5.134 for the freestyle today.
And now we are
5.420
Spain,
for
España.
Caitlin Mitchell. And now to Spain. Amelie Tara von Zitzewitz with Royal George Alexander and Diane Rose Fraser. Amelie in the 22nd place after the compulsory is 7.155. Clara Ludwigczek still with the top scoring freestyle of the day. At 8.519 and the top score of round 1, 8.296. Amelie, previously part of the Spanish squad, who finished 6th at the World Championships in Bern last year. Good strength working up to the straight handstand. A little bit coming out of harmony, coming onto the inside for the ground jump. A small loss of balance in the Prince Neil. And the cartwheel landing on the knee, but still smooth. And a really nice transition. Just lost tension very slightly towards the end. Yeah, good jump to add to the artistic score. And the roll dismount. A clean finish for Spain's Amelie Tara von Zitzewitz with Royal George Alexander and Diane Rose Fraser.
Diane Rose Fraser.
A good variety of exercises, slightly lower in difficulty and performance. And similarly so in the artistic. And the score for Germany's Lara Andrew in the free test today, a 7.633 and a total score of 7.720. That puts her into the 5th place so far. Clara Ludwigczek of Austria in the lead. Emmy Yang in 2nd place for the USA, with Lena Bohl-Halder from Switzerland in 3rd. We have 2 more to compete before another short break. And next into the ring is Hannah Wildermuth from the USA with Karetis Ahern and Jana Leib. In the 25th place after the compulsories, but a 7.094 wasn't far away from the top 20. So a good clean freestyle here. Could see Hannah compete again in the final. And she competed 2 years ago in Sweden, the World Championships, finished in 15th place there. so far this year. She was 4th at the CVI in Ermelo, 2nd in Tryon, and 1st at the CVI in Woodside. Just losing balance with the choreography in the inside stand. Not so clean through the standing Biellmann. Not quite making the held handstand either. A few performance faults just at the start of the test. Coming a little heavy out of the bridge. Some really strong exercises within this program. Not completely executed as neatly as required, slipping slightly to the inside again. A nice back flip. Dismount to score for the artistic and difficulty, as well as a lasting impression to finish. Hannah Wildermuth for USA with Ayana Leib and Caretes Ahern. A little bit too many performance faults to really propel her to the top of the leaderboard. Some of those affecting the ability of the judge to score the exercise too if it wasn't held quite long enough. Artistically, there was a lot within the program. Again, it depends on whether the judge scores everything.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the last competitor before our 10-minute restoration break. We will see Valentina Plus.
Amelie Tara von Zitzowitz for Spain, scoring a 7.172. That's a total score of 7.164, and into the 14th place so far. And that is after 36 competitors. So one more for Switzerland, and then we will have a 10-minute break once again before we see the final 17 competitors.
That's the starting sign for Valentina Plus. Switzerland.
Last before the break for Switzerland, Valentina Plus with Sibi Rubina and Corinna Kläger. Valentina 13th after the compulsory, 7.371. This is her first individual championship. 15 years old presently. And just one international start already with this horse and lunger combination that was here in Stadelpara. Nice, tidy, dynamic start. good use of the full body there with the music. Moving from the inside stand to the group stand, looking for the upper level, the risk level of difficulty. Strong lower arm stand. Nice handstand dismount to finish.
Valentina
Another
plus
well performed,
Corinna
clean
Klager.
and tidy
Für
freestyle.
die Schweiz.
Some good difficulty in it too. Moments of engagement with the music, quite as fully as we have seen for Switzerland there. Valentina plus CB Rubina and Corinna Klager. The final of the Swiss females in this junior female competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue after a 10-minute restoration break. I would also very warmly like to welcome our guests
still
who are joining
waiting
in the live stream, which is done via
for
Click
the
My
scores
Hopes. For
there
everyone
to
who's
come in
streaming
for
from
Hannah
abroad,
Wildermuth.
We hope that you're enjoying it as much as we do. Thank you for
And
being
it is
there.
a 7.403 in the free test today. A 7.249 for Hannah Wildermuth of the USA into the 13th place so far. A score yet to come for Valentina Plus. But it is a 10-minute break again here at the FEI Vaulting World Championships. Join us again at 17:15 here on FEI.tv for the final 17 athletes to complete their free test. And we wait in keen anticipation to see who will be the top 20 who make it through to the second round, the final, which will take place on Saturday.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will start with the last competitors, 17 in this competition. And the first horse that comes into this arena after this short break will be from Italy. Robert Redford is his name. So let me tell you something about Robert Redford. This horse absolutely loves vaulting, but he hates applause. So we kindly ask you to not clap for the next horse that enters the arena. So Robert Redford.
Welcome back to the final session here at the FEI Vaulting World Championships in Stadel Paura for the final 17 junior female individuals to complete their round 1 free test. And what a competition it has been so far. Clara Ludwigczek of Austria has been in the lead almost from the start after posting an 8.519 in the freestyle, a total score for round 1 of 8.296. Emmy Yang currently sits in second place for the USA, with Lena Bohlhalder for Switzerland in third. This last 17, however, is packed with even more talent, so we may yet see those top 3 shuffle and change before we get to the end of the competition. And we have seen some spectacular vaulting, some incredibly smooth performances and very difficult exercises performed. A couple of the horses not completely settled.
So now it's the official starting time, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Robert Redford, presented by Nelson Alcides Vitonis and
However, very strong competition here in Austria as we move on to the final.
No applause, thank you very much, no applause.
Individuals in the competition. And for Italy, Matilde Resente with Robert Redford 5 and Nelson Alcides Vidoni. Matilde in the 33rd place after the compulsory round, with a score of 6.953. She also competed this morning with the Italian squad in the compulsories. This is her first individual championship. She has competed before with the Italian squad. So far individually, however, this season she had a best finish of second place at the CVI Villa Santa in June. Strong and difficult start. Oh, nicely working with the music. Super soft landing out the cartwheel, hips not fully turned, very gentle, super jump. Nelson is working hard to keep the circling right of Robert Redford. but you can't really tell while watching Matilda's vaulting. She's doing a really great, smooth job here. Beautiful backflip. Oh, just such a shame to touch down with the hands at the end. That was a lovely performance from the currently 13-year-old vaulter. Matilda Resente. What a beautiful freestyle program, and very engaged with the musical concept. Some strong creative transitions, good level of difficulty, very good performance, barring that small fall at the end. If it was just the hands that went down there, it's just a 0.2 off the total performance score, so not huge, and should stand her in good stead for a nice high freestyle score. A very enjoyable freestyle to watch there.
The Hungarian and Austrian
For
flags.
Robert Redford
We will welcome
and
the horse
Nelson
cultivar,
Vidoni
who will
with
be
Matilda
launched by
Resente
Maria
of
Lehr.
Italy.
We will see Mira Luca Radak from Hungary and Antonia Meyerhofer, Austria.
Two
Österreich.
competitors together here now. Mira Luca Radak from Hungary with Antonia Meyerhofer of Austria, both competing on Calcifer, lunged by Maria Lehrmann. And it will be Mira who competes first. Mira in the 24th place after the compulsories with the 7.121. This her second international start with Calcifer. Last time, third. Once this season in Stadl Power at the CVI, and once previously in 2024. She finished individually in 20th place at the European Championships last year. Lovely flexibility. Nice and gently through the cartwheel. Just a little bit heavier coming out from the handstand. Into the little pop off. A nice neat ending there for Hungary's Mira Luca Radak. Clean performance almost the whole way through. Antonia Meyerhofer now for Austria, currently in the 7th place after the compulsory round. A very strong contender here. At the World Championship. She finished 6th individually at the World Championships in 2023, 6th again in 2024 at the European Championship. The D for mounting directly to the feet. To the jump for artistry. Same with the arm move, lovely. Over into the bridge. And again, another athlete building difficult exercises on top of each other to increase the difficulty. The judge is able to level up those exercises to an R, a risk if they deem that appropriate. Lovely, moving across the horse. And connecting with the music too, really nicely. Oh, smooth finish. Antonia Meyerhofer for Austria. Really laying down her claim towards the top spots here at the World Championship. Big difficulty freestyle. Good use of the horse, moving along and across. If anything, little for me focused towards the handles with some of those difficulty exercises. She did engage quite well, however, with the music. Better, I would say, than a lot of our female athletes. So from the musical interpretation side of the artistic score, that should be fairly high. And that is
in a few seconds, we will have the starting time and the
worth
bell for a guest
25%. It was complex too and flowed very nicely. Consideration of the horse top as well. Antonia Meyerhofer for Austria, with Mira Luka Radak for Hungary, Kalsfer and Maria Lehrmann. And we move on already to Brazil. Manuela de Paula Souza Schade with Moni 44 and Anke Granau. Manuela in the 28th place after the compulsory 7.013. And the current total score at 20th place for round 1 is a 6.993. Nice, a clean mount into the shoulder stand. Very nice cartwheel with the hand change, super smooth landing. And adding in some interesting leg positions too, artistically boosting that score. Few hesitations for some of the exercises. That one then a little hard coming out of the handstand roll. Good landing from the cartwheel. Maybe just squeezing 3 strides from the Bielman. And the handstand roll to finish for Manuela de Paula Souza Cade for Brazil, with Moni 44 and Anke Granau. A nice free test for this trio. A little bit lower in the difficulty, occasionally sometimes out of the harmony, and just a couple of performance faults. That one harder landing coming from the handstand roll along the back of the horse. A well presented free test with some nice creative pieces in there too. Some scores to catch up on. Valentina Plus for Switzerland. Free test score of 8.066, total score 7719. Valentina Plus into 7th place so far. Matilda Rezente
of South Africa
is into the 11th place, a 7.8 in the free test, and a 7.418 total score. For Hungary, Mira Luka Radak now into 14th, 7.6 in the free test, 7.3 overall. And Antonia Meyerhofer has surpassed the score of Clara Ludwig-Zek for the free test today. A new leader in the free test alone. That's an 8.541. And that brings her all the way to 2nd place so far, 8.140. 3 athletes now into the arena with Escada Piaget and Sophie van der Laan. Pondo Ashley for Zimbabwe, Catherine Meinhardt for South Africa, and Kyla Pretorius also for South Africa. Lupondo in the 54th place after the compulsory test, 5.794. Her first appearance, and the first indeed for Zimbabwe at a vaulting championship. A little bit too much energy in the mount, correcting that, creating a nice shape then on the croup. Strong in the handstand, losing tension just that little bit on the way out, but still landing nice and gently. Adding in the flexibility required for the artistic score. Centre gravity just coming that bit further back in the cartwheel, causing that heavy landing. A few moments of harmony lost, and now the horse just had something, I think, catch its eye around the far side of the circle, affecting the end, unfortunately, of Lupondo's test. Lupondo Ashley for Zimbabwe. Shame she wasn't able to quite complete it as planned. Next for South Africa, Catherine Meinhardt. Lower arm stand not quite held. Skada Piaget just reacting that little bit more again. And adding in the outside facing move up to stand, getting the difficulty as well. A nice tidy finish for Catherine Meinhardt for South Africa. Performance affected a little by the horse reacting with the increase in tension most likely in the arena. Next, Kyla Pretorius, also competing for South Africa. Kyla in the 53rd place after the compulsories. And it's Skada really not so comfortable now in the ring. As before, the horse judges don't take into consideration anything for any athlete until that athlete has touched the horse. So any reaction in between, they cannot count. Once the vaulter touches the horse, however, the horse score starts, and Skada not quite happy. And Kyla just taking it nice and easy there now in the beginning. Super soft and gentle to help with the relaxation of the horse. Being very considerate for the needs of the horse. Into the one-legged stand. Not quite fully held. Smooth dismount. Very, very considerate program there by Kyla Pretorius. Not the program she planned coming into the ring. However, doing the best she could for Skada Piaget.
The Republic of South Africa.
Kyla Pretorius for South Africa, with Catherine Meinhardt also South Africa, and Ashley Lupondo for Zimbabwe on Skada Piaget, with Sophie van der Laan. Another slightly disappointing round for these girls who have travelled here for this competition. However, the experience itself is fantastic to be competing amongst the best juniors in the world. And the score now for Manuela de Paula Souza Chade from Brazil. 7.437, a total score of 7.225.
Dimitri Rocks will be presented by Andrea Boer. For the Netherlands, Iselotte van Achteren.
Just 11 competitors to go here now, and a couple of moments before the start time of Iselotte van Achteren for the Netherlands. Clara Ludwigsek still at the top of the leaderboard for round 1, 8.296. Antonia Meyerhofer joining her up there for Austria, 8.140. And Emmy Yang in the bronze medal position at the moment for the USA, 7.845. The top 20 will make it into Saturday's final. The current score for 20th place is a 7.164. And certainly there are still some in our final 11 who will be able to top that score. Antonia Meyerhofer, however, with the top free test score of the day so far, 8.541.
And now it comes Iselotte.
Only 6 of the athletes have scored into the 8s, in fact, in the free test today. Now, to the final competitor from the Netherlands, Iselotte van Agateren, with Dimitri Rox and Andrea Bö. Iselotte in the 12th place after the compulsories, 7.381. Iselotte competing at her first championships. 14 years old. And she's had a strong season so far. A second place finish at the FEI in Saumur. First place in Ermelo, and then third place in Opglebeek. Directly into the stand, a little bit lower in the hips when mounting into the stand. Just a little fast out of the ground jump. Losing a little connection there with the horse too. Nicely into the handstand on top of the handles. Debatable if it was completely held, but the bridge was beautiful, and the walkover back, building once again that difficulty, piling them on top of each other, and the variety of exercises, structure groups coming in to play here too. A nice big finish, lovely free test, settled into it really after the beginning for the Netherlands. Iselotte van Agateren with Dimitri Rox and Andrea Bö. Lots of difficulty. The musical interpretation again just suffering slightly. And those occasional moments of loss of harmony and some performance faults, minor, should definitely still see her into the second round anyway.
Wo sind die österreichischen Fans? Es wird Zeit für Philon und Kevin Monus. Wir sehen Fanny Seidel aus Österreich, Austria.
Now the final competitor in this class for Austria, Fanny Seidel, with Philon and Kevin Monus. Now her teammates both at the top of the table at the moment. And after the compulsory round, Fanny was in the third place with 7.859. 8.5 is the score from Clara Ludwigsek and Antonia Meyerhofer in the free test. This the first championship for Fanny Seidel. Just having to chase the lash of the whip a little to get the knot out. First place finish at CVI in Villa Santa this year and second at Stadelpura CVI. Very clean line, strong handstand. Nice use of the croup artistically too. Building that difficulty with the outside croup stand. Just covering that landing very, very well. And really working her whole body in the musical interpretation here. Showing her flexibility once again. Backflip dismount. And a really great start for Fanny Seidel. Certainly trying to match that of Clara Ludwigsek and Antonia Meyerhofer. Very, very tidy performance. The technique scores, the rocketing. Difficulty-wise, I would say slightly lower than that of Antonia Meyerhofer. Hard to say, just at an overall glance. Performance was absolutely excellent. Similarly, the artistic and consideration of the horse marks should be very high.
Wir freuen uns natürlich für Fanny Seidel, aber es sind noch ganze 9 Paare bzw. ganze 9
And the
Athleten.
score is in for Iselotte van Akteren from the Netherlands. It's an 8.372, which takes her now into the third place on a 7.877.
Big applause for Finland.
And now for Finland, Ira Vesterinen with a lightning jack 12. And Thordis Stormhallen. Ira in the 18th place after the compulsories, 7.259. Just losing the balance off to the outside there, fortunately able to bring it back. Wow. Into the back handspring. First one we've seen in this competition. Landing in a press up on the croup very smoothly, and now just losing the balance with the horse once again. Nice cartwheel. Getting back now into the harmony, into the flow. A little heavy landing out of the ground jump again. Just losing a few more points than required. Receiving the bell just before the dismount. A real shame, actually, for Finland's Ira Vesterinen. There's a lot of talent there. Surprise back handspring performed very well. But before, after, and the in-betweens, losing too many performance faults and gaining the bell, which will be very costly when every mark counts for getting into that second round. And I'm not sure if it will be clean enough.
The next horse waiting.
Fanny Seidel now with the best free test score of the day. She has surpassed her teammates. It's an 8.651 and a total score of 8.255 for Fanny Seidel for Austria. Clara Ludwigczek keeps the lead, Fanny in second, and Antonia Meyerhofer currently in third, all for Austria. Two athletes now for Poland, Juliana Kaminska and Nicole Korluk, competing with Bastian and Tomasz Oganowski. Juliana in the 9th place. After the compulsories, 7.563. Finished in the 22nd place at the World Championships in 2023, 21st in 2024 at the European Championships. But a good season so far this year. 4th place finish in Ermelo and 2nd at the CVI in Motesis. Coming out of the next stand slightly prematurely after taking the arm off. It won't get counted for the arm being elevated. Lovely cartwheel. Nice height with the jump into the croup stand. Once again, not quite holding it. Might not get counted. And a few performance faults. Lovely Bielman. A good cartwheel dismount to finish. Still a really nice test for Poland's Juliana Kaminska. Next to compete, Nicole Korluk. Nicole currently in 10th place, just behind Juliana after compulsory, 7.509. This is Nicole's first championship appearance. Good use of directions on the horse so far. Hips a little forward facing through the cartwheel. Nice gentle landings. Losing balance a little bit on the way to the stand. Again, moving into the croup stand, but I'm not sure holding it long enough to get the credit. Needs to be 3 full strides. Nice cartwheel finish, a very clean performance again for Poland, this time Nicole Korluk. Both competing on Bastion with Tomasz Ogonowski. Both with a few performance faults, but should see themselves safely into that second round for a chance to perform the free test again. Just neaten up those little pieces for the final round. Juliana Kaminska, Nicole Korluk with Bastian and Tomasz Ogonowski for Poland. Ira Vesterinen of Finland scoring a 6.213 in the free test. 6.736 altogether, into the 31st place in the competition so far.
We have about 2 minutes time till the official start time for the next competitor. Let me take this time to tell you something about her horse, Southern E.G. He also is one of these horses who really love vaulting but don't like.
So a couple minutes of break before we go to Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen for Denmark.
Applause. And also an overall reminder to stay calm on the
Josephine in the lead after the compulsories. 8.298.
So now we have a guest from Denmark.
And the score to beat today in the free test, the top score is Fanny Seidel of Austria with an 8.651.
We will see what she does in her freestyle.
Clara Ludwigczek with the overall top score of the day. Very close at the top there between the 3 Austrian females. Josephine hoping to mix it up. Competing this year with a new horse, Josephine, the European champion from 2024. Clara Ludwigczek, the world champion from 2023. Going head to head here. But a different horse for Josephine. Sultan E.G. in his first season. But they have had a successful season so far.
Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen, Denmark. Don't clap. Don't clap.
For Denmark, with Sultan E.G. and Hanne Hagen Hansen, is Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen. Three starts in the CVIs this year and 3 wins in Lier, Krumke and Flinge. And Sultan did go nicely in here yesterday for her compulsory round. Not scoring as high as some of the other horses, however, Josephine made up for that with her exercises. Not Colway making it to the handstand from the lever. Directly still going into the walkover and transition to the needle. Very clean. Again, just a little bit sticky in the second handstand cartwheel. Creative expression coming through the legs. Showing off the flexibility once again in the sideways bridge. Super. And the Bielman, lovely backflip. Solid free test for Josephine Vedel Sondergaard Nielsen for Denmark. With Hanne Hagen Hansen and Sultan. Really good difficulty in the program. The first lever to handstand won't get the same credit it would have if she had made it all the way to the top. She does have a few other combinations to boost the difficulty there. Some performance faults as well. It might not be enough to take the top spot from Clara Ludvigsek. We may see a change considering the horse score in there as well. We'll wait to see what the judges make of that.
From Slovakia through her freestyle.
And the score for Juliana Kaminska is a 7.870 in the free test, a 7.717, which places her in 10th at the moment. Nicole Korlik of Poland, 7.5 in the free test today and 7.5 total score, 13th place so far. The next competitor for Slovakia, Katerina Nagiova, competing with Investment and Martin Vavacek. Katerina in the 6th place. After the compulsories, she had a score of 7.806. creating some great lines and shapes so far. Just a few feet movements on the back of the pad in that stand sequence, which will take minor deductions from the performance score. And a little untidy into the shoulder stand from the ground jump. Again, not quite making it up into the handstand for the cartwheel over. Just a little off center in the cartwheel finish for Katarina Nagyova for Slovakia, with investment in Martin Vavacek. Lots of potential in that free test. It lost the flow in the stand sequence, and then the slightly bigger deduction perhaps not making it up into the handstand before the cartwheel. Some good engagement with the music. Should still see her with a positive score looking towards the second round. Now the score for Josephine Wedel Sondergaard Nielsen in freestyle, 8.609. So it is a little lower than that of Fanny Seidel, who is the leader in freestyle today. However, it is enough to keep Josephine in the lead with an 8.454. Now, technique scores were almost the best of the day from each judge. Similarly high artistic score.
And here's the sign, here is the bell. Welcome, Mia Magdalena Spisakova, Slovakia.
Now it's sticking with Slovakia again. Mia Magdalena Spisakova, with KCM vaulting horses Lord and Andrea Barkey. Mia in the 48th place from round one, 6.171. Yes, the first championships for Mia. Nice strong support exercise, very cleanly then into the walkover bridge backwards walkover sequence. Having just slid down her arm somewhat. Just choosing not to do whatever that was going to be it a jump, dive or back handspring. Going up to try a second time, still not fully in rhythm with the horse enough to do it, and into the dismount instead. There was obviously a big move in there that unfortunately we weren't able to see. There the leaderboard with Josephine Wedel Sondergaard Nielsen still at the top for Denmark, 8.454. Three Austrian females directly behind. Mia Magdalena Spitsakova for Slovakia there, with KTM vaulting horses Lord and Andrea Barsi. Mia just 14 years old, so plenty to come from her in the future.
Cornelia Raddatz will launch the next horse. He is Velasco, and he will be carrying Isabella Hüttner from the Republic of South Africa, as well as Joy Atlante Kofo through their freestyles.
Three athletes left and two horses. The next two will come together on Belasco with Cornelia Raddatz, Isabel Hüttner for South Africa, and Joy Atlante Kofu for Cyprus.
Time, which is 18:11.
Katarina Nagyova of Slovakia with a 7.801 for the free test today and a 7.804 total score. The 7th place so far for Slovakia.
From the Republic of South Africa and Cyprus.
For South Africa now, Isabella Hüttner, and for Cyprus, Joy Atlante Kofu, with Belasco and Cornelia Raddatz. Isabel in the 38th place after the compulsory round, 6.714. Two years ago at the World Championships in Flinga, she finished in the 51st place. Has competed with Belasco previously, once in 2023 and again at the CVI in Villa Santa earlier this year. Great control and strength in the outwards facing lever. Working well in connection with Belasco, who just dropped pace there, possibly a stride of trot for the horse judge to consider. Strong handstand. Tidy, clean, smooth performance there for South African Isabel Hüttner. Lovely free test round here in Austria. Next to go, Joy Atlante Kofu in the 31st place after round 1. 6.977 here, representing Cyprus, the only entrant in the entire championship from Cyprus. Finished 28th at the championship last year. 9th place finish at the CVI in Villa Santa. Smooth up into the cartwheel. Good hips in the axis on the cartwheel. Lovely shape created on the neck in the elbow stand. A little hop with the down leg in the kick, but smoothly then into a nice high jump. Good turn to the backward stand. Lovely finish. Almost. Oh, what a shame. Was a really nice aerial dismount for Joy Atlantic Kofu.
From Cyprus. Velasco was presented
0.4 off the performance for the landing there, unfortunately. Now the score for Mia Magdalena Spizakova, 6.455 in the free test, 6.313 total score for the competition. And just like that, we are on to our final competitor. That was Isabel Hüttner for South Africa and Joy Atlantic Kofu of Cyprus with Velasco and Cornelia Radatz.
Ladies and gentlemen, she was fourth in yesterday's compulsory competition and is now the last competitor on this day at the World
So the final competitor today will come from Germany. Amari Santamaria Diaz, the junior bronze medalist from last year.
Amari Santamaria Diaz, Deutschland, Germany.
Yesterday she was in the 4th place after the compulsory test. Competing with Star Time W and Andrea Harvart. Finished 6th at CVI in Ermelo, 2nd at the CVI in Krumke. Currently just 14 years old. Won that medal last year, age 13, but technically competing in her 14th year. Gentle and strong handstand to begin the program. Standing very confidently. To the Maltese lever. One hand just inside the inside handle. Lovely sideways cartwheel. Oh, really high difficulty in the backwards jump. Good leg shape. Spinning around to the backflip off. And it is another strong performance for Germany. Another big scoring freestyle to come for Amari Santamaria Diaz. Competing for Germany with start time W and Andrea Harvart. Definitely elements using the music, engaged with it. Good level of difficulty. Just remains to see what the judges made of the free test from Amari Santamaria Diaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the last
Joy Atlantic Kofu of Cyprus with a free test
We're
score
still
of
waiting for the last
7.436.
scores
Total
to be
score
processed, so we
7.207
can
into the
show you the results
26th
after
place
this first
so
round
far.
of junior female individual voting.
And Isabel Huetner, a free test score today 6.722 and a 6.7 total score. 39th place so far with one score to come, that of Amari Santamaria Diaz, which has gone in there now. 8.059 is the total score for Amari as the 5th place after round 1. Those top 5 all scoring into the 8 with plenty of space to move around in the final round, which will come on Saturday morning. That is the end of the competition here in Stadel Paura for today. We will return tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. for the individual young vaulter technical tests, beginning with the males, followed by the females. We will also have the junior squads, the senior technical tests, senior pas de deux, and it will be the final round of the individual male competition in the juniors. Tomorrow evening, the first medals will be decided. Please join us again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Hope you have had a great day watching with us here on FEI.tv. Have a lovely evening, and we'll return first thing tomorrow morning for some more spectacular vaulting.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you another nice evening here in Stadtpower here in Austria, and we would like to welcome you back again tomorrow here in the main arena of the FEI Vaulting Championships 2025 at
8:30 in the morning. Good night and cheers.